Ms. Hopper, can you please call roll?
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Rob Fechner,
Good morning.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Elena Ortega,
Here.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Ramon Rubacava,
Excused.
Shonda Wesley,
Here.
Betty Yee.
Here.
Madam Chair, all is in attendance with Ramon Rubacava being excused.
Great, thank you. So right now, we're going to recess into closed session for item number 1 from the closed session agenda. So at this time, if the board members will exit the open session meeting and connect to the closed session meeting. And I will see you guys on the other side.
here sufficient numbers to do the roll call. It looks like okay. Let's see. Okay, I think we can go ahead. I will call to order the open session for finance and administration. And Ms. Hopper, if you would call the roll.
David Miller,
Here.
Rob Fechner,
Good morning.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Ramon Rubacava,
Excused.
Teresa Taylor.
Here,
Mr. Chair, all is in attendance with Ramon Rubacava being excused.
Okay. The first order of business today is item 2, election of the Finance and Administration Committee Chair and Vice Chair. And in terms of procedure, I guess I will call and see if there are any nominations for the position of the chair.
Mr. Fechner has his hand up.
Oh, Mr. Fechner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it a privilege to nominate Lisa Middleton for the position of Chair of Finance.
We have a nomination of Ms. Middleton. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? And final time, are there any other nominations? I'm not seeing any hands up and I'm not hearing any. So we have Ms. Middleton nominated. We have no other nominations. Mr. Jacobs, do we need to vote or can we do this by acclamation?
Well, Chair Miller, you first need a second,
Oh, okay.
and then you can entertain a motion to elect Ms. Middleton by acclamation.
Okay. Do we have a second for Ms. Middleton's? Okay, it looks like Mr. Ruffino.
Second that motion.
Okay, that's seconded. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay, I will move that we accept Ms. Middleton by acclamation as our new chair of the Finance and Administration Committee.
And you do need a vote.
Hearing no, oh, okay. So Ms. Hopper, will you call the roll?
Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava,
Excused?
Teresa Taylor,
aye.
Lisa Middleton.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have all ayes with the motion being made by Rob Fechner, seconded by Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma, with Lisa Middleton by acclamation for the chair.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Middleton. And I guess at this point, do I hand over the virtual gavel? Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And my thanks to all of my colleagues for this. And I'm looking forward to working with you over the course of the next year. And that moves us to the next item, which is to make a decision on vice chair. Are there anyone who would like to make a nomination? I see Ms. Taylor.
I'd be honored to nominate Mr. Miller as Vice Chair of Finance Administration Committee.
Thank you. Is there a second for that nomination? Mr. Fechner?
I'll second that nomination.
Okay. We have a nomination of Mr. Miller for vice chair. Are there any other nominations? Second time, are there any other nominations? And third and final time, are there any other nominations? Seeing no other nominations, let's have a roll call vote on whether to appoint Mr. Miller as vice chair by acclamation.
Okay, Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava, Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have all ayes with an excuse for Ramon Rubacava. Motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by Rob Fechner for the election of the Finance and Administration Committee Vice Chair of David Miller.
David, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
With that, we move on to the third item, which is approval of the February 14 Finance and Administration Committee timed agenda. Reminder, please, do we need to take a roll call vote on the timed agenda?
Yes, you do, Madam Chair.
And I call for that roll call vote.
Okay, if we could take a motion first.
So moved.
Is that Teresa Taylor, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Second?
Seconded.
By Mr. Miller.
Roll call, please.
Thank you. Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava. Excused. Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Madam Chair, all ayes for item 3, approval of the February 14th, 2022 Finance Administration timed agenda. Motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by David Miller.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to item 4, which is the executive report. And for that, we have Mr. Michael Cohen.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations. Michael Cohen with the Financial Office. Just wanted to let you know, as you're well aware, our asset liability management process is continuing. You'll be seeing that again in March with discussion of implementation, as well as moving on to our affiliate funds, as well as our pre-funding trust funds. And so in that regard, I wanted to let the committee know we're continuing our public outreach to our employer community, doing another webinar the first or second week of March before the committee meets to discuss in particular our pre-funding trust funds and what the ALM will have to, what implications the ALM will have for those funds. So with that, we'll turn it back to you, Chair, and we can continue with the agenda.
All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is action consent items 5A and 5B. 5A being committee meeting minutes from our last meeting, and B being the Finance and Administration Committee delegation. To have a motion to approve the consent item.
Make the motion.
I think,
Seconded.
okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Rob Fechner,
Hold on a second. Mr. Pacheco?
I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. I would like to pull the approval of the November 16, 2021 minutes, since I was not present at that time.
He wants to separate the items.
Separate the items. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about that.
Yep, I understand what you're doing. Thank you. So we will vote on 5A separately and roll call, please.
Okay, and again, motion by Teresa Taylor,
Yes.
seconded by David Miller. Okay, roll call is Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Abstain.
Ramon Rubacava. Excuse. Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have all ayes, one abstention from Jose Luis Pacheco, with the motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by David Miller for item 5A, Finance Administration meeting minutes for November 16th, 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. Can we get a motion on 5B?
So moved.
Ms. Taylor, second, Mr. Miller. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava. Excused. Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have all ayes for agenda item 5B, review of the Finance Administration Committee delegation. Motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by David Miller.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. We will now move on to item 6, information consent items. And again, Mr. Cohen.
Yes, Chair, unless you have any items you wish to pull, these are all consent items, roughly routine items. It gives me an opportunity to mention that our pension contracts unit is now being led by Melody Benavides. Arnita Page retired at the end of December after 3 decades of state service. So I'd like to publicly congratulate her on her retirement, as well as Melody's new role. But unless there's any discussion on these consent items, there's no need for action.
Great. And is there a need for a vote on information consent items?
There is not.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to item 7, action agenda items. 7A, 2022 CalPERS Board of Administration State and School and Special Retired Member Elections. Notice of election, and for that we go to Mr. Stone.
And it looks like he might need to be pulled forward. I'm not spotting him.
I'm here, Michael. I don't know if you
Okay,
can see
great.
me or not yet.
Yeah, now we can see you and hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the CalPERS Board, Dallas Stone CalPERS team member. This is an action item seeking Finance and Administration Committee's approval to initiate the 2022 state, school, and special retired elections by adopting the respective notice of elections. These elections are to fill 3 seats, the state, school, and retired member on the CalPERS board. The state position is held by Teresa Taylor, who has declared her intention to run for re-election. The school position is held by Rob Fechner, who does not intend to run for re-election. For the retired position, I would like to offer you some background first. On January 16th, 2020, Henry Jones began his 4-year term for the retired member seat on the board. On January 21st, 2022, Mr. Jones resigned from the board, which created a vacancy in his seat prior to the term's expiration. The term will expire January 15, 2024. Ordinarily, the election to fill the retired member seat would be held in 2023. However, following a vacancy on the board during the term of an elected board member, such as Mr. Jones, Government Code Section 20095 provides The board shall hold special elections to fill vacancies which occurred during the term of the elected members of the board. If at that time a vacancy occurs, the unexpired term is less than 2 years, the new member elected to fill that vacancy shall hold office for a period equal to the remainder of the term of the vacated office plus 4 years. At the time Mr. Jones resigned, there were less than 2 years remaining on his unexpired term of the current vacancy. Therefore, the new retired member elected to fill this vacancy will hold office immediately upon certification by the Secretary of State through January 15, 2028. If approved, we will release the NOEs included as attachments 1, 2, and 3 to this item on March 14th, 2022. At that time, the state and school member NOEs will be transmitted electronically to employers for distribution to active and school members, and the retired member NOE will be mailed directly to retired members. The NOEs will also be available on the CalPERS board election webpage. This will also start the nomination period. Nomination petitions containing 250 valid original signatures will need to be submitted by May 12th, 2022. All forms related to the nomination requirements will be posted on the CalPERS board election webpage. Interested candidates may also request a copy of the forms directly by contacting the board election office. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Okay, is there any discussion, questions from members of the board? We do have one member of the public who would like to make public comment with regard to 7A.
Madam Chair, we have one caller, Mr. James McRitchie.
Go ahead, Mr. McRitchie.
I think that beep was to unmute me. So I've got a few questions. One is, with regard to signature collection, does it have to be a wet signature or can it be an electronic signature? And I do a lot of filing of legal documents. I use a lot of electronic signatures. I don't see any reason why CalPERS members can't use an electronic signature to fill out the form. That's one question. Another question is the signature forms. When will they be available? My understanding is probably not until March 14th. There is a pandemic. It is loosening up, but it's a difficult environment to go around collecting signatures. I'm wondering if the board can release the signature documents before March 14th. And then a third concern is more of a comment is I'm wondering, is the board considering ranked choice voting in future elections? This of course would require a rulemaking change. It's not going to happen this year, probably won't happen for at least a year or two. But ranked choice voting was taken up by the board many years ago, I guess at least 10 years ago. They found that it could possibly save the board $1 million in elections. Seems like a good idea. One of the problems with it at that point was certification by the Secretary of State's office, but the Secretary of State's office is certifying votes elsewhere in the state, and ranked choice voting has increased dramatically since then. We have Alaska, Maine, City of New York, and others using ranked choice voting. And ranked choice voting also makes elections less contentious because candidates don't wish to alienate the second choice voter, the second choice of other candidates. So those are my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair, that is the only public comment for this subject.
All right. Mr. Stone, are you in a position to answer any of the procedural questions that Mr. McRitchie raised?
Ms. Middleton, as public comment, would you be agreeable to having Dallas follow up directly with Mr. McRitchie?
I think that's appropriate.
Thank you.
And if there are no other comments, this is an action item. Is there a motion to approve 7A?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Pacheco, I see your hand up.
I was going to second that. Sorry, I apologize.
Not a problem. All right, roll call, please.
Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava. Excuse, Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have a motion being made by David Miller, seconded by Teresa Taylor for agenda item 7A, 2022 CalPERS Board of Administration State, School, and Special Retired Member Elections, notice of election with all ayes.
Thank you, Ms. Hopper. We now move on to item 7B, board member employer reimbursements, an amendment, and we turn to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Chair Middleton. This item seeks action to adjust the reimbursement rates based on the board president and vice president elections back in January. You'll see a similar item in April's FAC meeting to adjust for committee membership, chairs and vice chairs. But this is an action item.
All right. Is there any discussion? I see no discussion. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve 7B?
Move approval.
Second.
Mr. Ruffino, you have your hand up.
I had it to move it or to second, but that's fine, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I confirm who the second on this was?
Ms. Taylor.
Okay, I thought so. Thank you. Rob Fechner,
Aye.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava,
Excused.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have all ayes. Motion being made by David Miller, seconded by Teresa Taylor for agenda item 7B, board member employer reimbursement amendment.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to item 8A, 2021 CalPERS Board of Administration Member at Large election results. Mr. Stone, please.
Good morning again, Madam Chair and members of the Finance Administration Committee, Dallas Stone, CalPERS team member. This is an information item on the results from the 2021 Member at Large election. There were 2 available seats in this election. The position A seat was decided by a majority vote in the primary election, and David Miller was reelected with 72.65% of the votes. The position B seat was decided by a majority vote in the primary election, and Jose Luis Pacheco was elected with 61.76% of the votes. Congratulations to Mr. Miller and Mr. Pacheco. The following is a summary of the results. The term of office for the elected board members is January 16th, 2022 through January 15th, 2026. Voter turnout for the primary election was 13.36%. This is an increase from the 2017 member at large election turnout, which was 9.14% for the primary election and 10.66% for the runoff election. The 2018 public agency member election turnout was 6.4%, and the 2019 retired member election turnout was 19.7%. We continue to partner with the Office of Public Affairs and Stakeholder Relations to try to increase voter awareness and participation. A number of those outreach efforts included candidate statement videos, toolkits for the employers, spotlight ads and banners on the Inside CalPERS, press releases, social media through Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram messages, and hosting a virtual candidate forum, streaming live and placing it on the CalPERS website for future viewing. Attachment 1 provides a breakdown on voter participation demographics, including age group, gender, participation by voting method, and the top 10 cities that voted. A total of 1,484,291 ballot packages were sent to eligible members, and 152,264 paper ballots were returned. There were 38,504 online votes and 5,402 telephone votes. Voter participation by voting stream in this election was the following. Our mail-in votes made up 77.62% of the total vote. Online votes made up 19.63%, and telephone voting made up 2.75%. And when you compare these to the 2017 member-at-large primary election, they're very close, almost within a decimal point. When looking at a participation by member type, retired members made up 70.48% of the total voters who participated. School members made up 12.02%, followed by state members at 9.6%, and public agency members at 7.87%. Attachment 2 provides a breakdown on voter outreach statistics. This election, members were able to recover their pins online for the first time ever. Of the total 7,625 pin requests, 77.6% or 5,922 members utilized this online functionality. Attachment 3 provides a detailed cost summary of this election. The total cost to conduct the election was $3.75 million. The cost per eligible voter was approximately $2.53 per eligible voter and $18.92 per voter based on total votes received. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Is there any discussion from the board? I do not see any. We do have one member of the public who would like to comment on 8A.
Ms. Middleton, just real quick.
Taylor, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I forgot to raise the hand too, sorry. So I just wanted to thank everybody that put this report together. It really clarifies how this works. And I think it also kind of gives us an idea that online is getting a little more popular, which is good. So I want to thank everybody that of the staff that works on these elections, and thank you for putting this report together.
Thank you. And I'm glad we have as many different methods of being able to vote as we do. That helps get participation, and anything that improves participation is something that we want to very seriously consider. So thank you to Mr. Stone and all of the team that was responsible for conducting this election. And lastly, and most importantly, congratulations, Mr. Miller and Mr. Pacheco. And with that, we do have one member of the public who would like to make a comment.
Madam Chair, we have one caller, Mr. JJ Jelensik.
Mr. Jelensik, floor.
I would like, oh, go ahead. I would like to also congratulate David and Louis for their election victory. I would like to again point out that online voting violates the California election code. But the real question I had was what this board is doing to collect the money from Priya Maher that goes back to 2018. It's $7,425. I do not believe you would have given Jason Perez or Margaret Brown that kind of slack. So my question is, what are you doing to collect that money? Thank you.
Mr. Fox, any other callers?
No, Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
So 8A, do we need a vote on that to move it forward?
You do not.
All right, thank you. Then we will move on to 8B, which is summary of committee delegation. Mr. Cohen?
Yes, Mr. Stone will follow up with the public commenter, and that's the only item I recorded.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment at this time, Mr. Fox?
No, Madam Chair, we do not.
Then that brings us to the end of the agenda. And we will adjourn the Finance and Administration Committee at precisely 10 a.m. And the Risk and Audit Committee open session will begin, as I understand it, Mr. Jacobs, the notice time for Risk and Audit was 10 a.m. And even though that's 45 minutes ahead of when the estimated time is, we can go ahead and begin Risk and Audit at the notice time. Is that correct?
So
Yes.
ask the chair when they want to start.
Yeah, I would like a few minutes. So can we start it at 10:15?
10:15?
A quick bio break, and we'll start at 10:15 with Risk and Audit.
Risk and Audit will begin at 10:15. Thank you. All right, it is 10:15. I think it is time for us to get started. So I will call to order the February 14, 2022 Risk and Audit Committee. First order of business is to do roll call. Ms. Hopper, please.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Ramon Rubicava,
Excused.
Shonda Wesley,
Present.
thank you. Betty Yee. Here. Madam Chair, all is in attendance for the February 14th Risk and Audit Committee.
Second order of business is the election of a Risk and Audit Committee Chair and Vice Chair. And I will turn the meeting over to Mr. Miller to conduct the election of Chair.
Okay. We'll be calling for nominations for the Chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. Do I have, it looks like I have Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. It is a pleasure for our office to nominate Lisa Middleton as Chair of the Risk and Audit Committee.
Okay, I will second that nomination. Are there any other nominations? Any other nominations? And finally, are there any other nominations? I'm not seeing any hands or any indications and hearing none, so we'll call for the vote to elect Lisa Middleton, Chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. Ms. Hopper will please call the roll.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubicava, excused, Shonda Wesley,
Aye.
Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have a motion being made by Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma, seconded by David Miller for the election of the Risk and Audit Committee Chair, being Lisa Middleton.
Thank you, my colleagues, and I look forward to continuing in this role.
The ayes have it, and congratulations, Ms. Middleton, and I will turn the gavel back over to you for the election of the Vice Chair.
All right, thank you. So next election that we have is for Vice Chair, and I see Mr. Pacheco's hand up. Are you going to make a nomination?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to nominate Mr. David Miller to be Vice Chair of the Risk and Audit Committee. Thank you.
And I would like to second that nomination. Do we have any other nominations? Do we have any other nominations? And third and last time, do we have any other nominations? I see none. We have a nomination of Mr. David Miller to be Vice Chair. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubicava,
Excused.
Shonda Wesley,
Aye.
Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have a motion being made by Jose Luis Pacheco, seconded by Lisa Middleton for the election of the Risk and Audit Committee Vice Chair of David Miller.
Mr. Miller, congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next item is approval of the February 14, 2022 Risk and Audit Committee timed agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we do need, because this is a virtual meeting, to have a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Miller, second. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Pacheco, roll call.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubacava, Shonda Wesley,
Aye.
Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have a motion being made by David Miller. I did take a second, was taken by Betty Yee, correct?
Actually, it's Mr. Pacheco.
Okay. That would be for agenda item 3, the February 14th Risk and Audit Committee timed agenda. All ayes with Ramon Rubacava being excused. Again, motion being made by David Miller, seconded by Jose Luis Pacheco.
That moves us on to agenda item 4, the executive report. And for that, we have Mr. Asselford.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, Warren Astelford, CalPERS team member. There are a few items I'd like to share with this committee. First and foremost, congratulations to Ms. Middleton as being elected committee chair. Also, congratulations to Mr. Miller as being elected to committee vice chair. I know that everyone looks forward to your continued service. I'd also like to take this moment to welcome Mr. Pacheco to the Risk and Audit Committee. I know that we're all looking forward to your future service on this committee as well. Second, there are 3 information items for discussion today. The first 2 involve updates from the enterprise compliance and enterprise risk units regarding the mid-year progress relative to the annual plans, which were previously approved by this committee. The third information item will be a presentation by the Actuary Office and their outside consultant Buck Global as to the third-party valuation and certification of the 2020 CalPERS annual valuation of public agencies for the period ending June 30, 2020. Third, in addition to the usual and customary items that are brought to this committee at each meeting, there's an action consent item to approve the current Risk and Audit Committee delegation. Staff does not recommend any changes to the delegation at this time. Fourth, I would like to introduce to the committee the new permanent Chief Compliance Officer, Kevin Fine. Kevin joins us from the private sector, where he has more than 35 years of experience in the financial services industry, where he specialized in legal and regulatory compliance matters in banking, brokerage, and management services. Kevin's last employment was with the Citizens Bank as its Senior Director of Compliance. I've enjoyed working very much with Mr. Fine to get him transitioned from me to him, and I know that you will very much enjoy working with him in the future. I would like to promote Kevin to a presenter status at this point so he can say a few words to the committee if that's possible.
It is, and we look forward to hearing from him.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good to see you again, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. I'm very pleased to be here with you today. I'm very excited to be at CalPERS, and after 9 days, I already have quite a long list of things to do, but I believe we have a very good team here, and we're going to make some great strides. With that, thank you for letting me attend today. Happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
A couple more follow-ups by me, unless there's questions by the committee. The next Risk and Audit Committee is scheduled for April 18th, 2022, and includes the approval of next year's fiscal annual work plans for both enterprise compliance and enterprise risk. Lastly, I wanted to thank this committee for the opportunity to serve as the interim Chief Compliance Officer over the last few months. I enjoyed it very much. I look forward to the good work and service that Kevin will provide to this committee and CalPERS going forward. This concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions, Mr. Asselford? Not hearing any questions or any further discussion, Warren, I would like to thank you on behalf of the committee for your outstanding work during the last few months. It has been it has really been a seamless transition, and we're greatly appreciative.
Thank you very much.
So with that, we will move on to action consent items, and we will take 5A and 5B separately. Can I get a motion to approve 5A, the approval of the November 16, 2021 Risk and Audit Committee meeting minutes? Mr. Ruffino.
Move the recommended action.
And is there Mr. Miller? I see no discussion. Roll call, please.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Abstain.
Ramon Rubalcava,
Excused.
Shonda Wesley,
Aye.
Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have 4 ayes, 1 abstention by Jose Luis Pacheco. Motion being made by Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma, seconded by David Miller for agenda items 5A and 5B.
This was just for 5A. We will now move
It
on.
was, okay,
We will now move on to 5B, which is review of risk and audit committee delegation. Mr. Pacheco? You're moving the item?
Yes, I am. Yes, Madam Chair.
I'll second it.
Mr. Miller, any discussion? I see none. Roll call, please.
Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Ramon Rubalcava,
Excused.
Shonda Wesley,
Aye.
Betty Yee.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I have all ayes with Ramon Rubalcava being excused. Motion being made by Jose Luis Pacheco, seconded by David Miller on just item 5B, review of the Risk and Audit Committee delegation.
All right. Next agenda item is item 6, which is information consent to items. Is there a desire to hear these agenda items separately, or shall we take them collectively? What's the will of the committee?
We can probably just move on then.
I think we can. Mr. Asselford, please proceed on 6A through E.
Fair enough. I think you mean item 7A. Is that correct? We've finished the information consent items.
Do we need to take a vote on 6A through 6E?
You do not.
All right, thank you. Then we will go on to 7A.
Great. 7A, thank you very much. Agenda item 7A provides an update regarding the completion status of the Enterprise Compliance's fiscal year annual plan. That plan was brought to this committee and approved last April, and is the first attachment to agenda item 7A. The annual plan is approved each year, and its goal is to improve CalPERS compliance program maturity. The next annual plan will be brought to this committee in April this year, which will be the next Risk and Audit Committee meeting. The updates or progress made against the annual enterprise compliance plan is set forth in the second attachment to agenda item 7A. Some of the key progress developments for enterprise compliance include the following. Enterprise compliance did a comprehensive review of all Form 700s that were filed by both CalPERS team members as well as outside consultants over a 2 to 5 year period, and coordinated the necessary amendments to any errors that were found. There are approximately 1,100 CalPERS team members and consultants who regularly file a Form 700. So there's an extensive amount of documentation in Form 700s to review. Most of the amendments that weren't needed involve very minor issues consisting of things like the failure to include the acquisition or disposition date of a particular security or the source of income on rental property. There were a few other issues that were identified involving the need to report a non-diversified mutual fund, which were easily resolved through the filing of an amendment. Under the Political Reform Act, you are not required to disclose as an investment any sort of diversified mutual fund. However, if you hold a non-diversified mutual fund, such as one that specializes in a sector, you are in fact required to make that disclosure. Those amendments were made as necessary. Other key progress developments included ECOM's co-authorship of a conflicts guidance memorandum for the investment office. And ECOM's also provided ongoing training classes for all CalPERS Form 700 filers. At this point, I will stop to see if anyone has any questions or concerns about this particular information item. If not, the next item is 7B, which is the risk management update.
Ms. Yee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the report. I just wanted to be sure I'm clear with respect to the co-authorship of the conflicts guidance memo from legal and the investment office. Could you just maybe enumerate the various topics that were covered under that memo? And I was just curious as to whether additional training was provided for each of those topics.
Sure, it is an attorney-client privilege memorandum, so I can't discuss the specifics at length. It just generally covered the Political Reform Act and the obligations under the Political Reform Act. And yes, there has been follow-up training by way of phone calls and meetings.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Asselford, how many Form 700s were reviewed as part of this process?
Each year, there's approximately 1,100 Form 700s that are filed. Approximately 900 involve CalPERS team members. Approximately 200 involve CalPERS consultants who are required to file under the Political Reform Act. Out of those 1,100, we found the need for approximately 300 amendments involving approximately 150 filers.
Okay. And you covered it somewhat, but could you again tell us what were the primary types of errors or mistakes that needed to be corrected?
Sure. Fortunately, most of them were very minor errors and they were easily corrected. Sometimes people would omit the acquisition or disposition date of a security. You were supposed to put that information on the Form 700 for the appropriate year. So if you buy particular stock in a particular period, you're supposed to identify the actual date. Some people would just put a year or they wouldn't provide the date at all. Some folks also fail to provide the source of income for a rental property. Again, it's a simple oversight that were easily corrected. The other sort of issue we saw, excuse me, were situations where individuals fail to report a non-diversified mutual fund. Again, if it's a diversified mutual fund, you are not required to report it on your Form 700. However, if it is a non-diversified mutual fund, you are supposed to. Classic example of a non-diversified mutual fund is a sector fund, for example, one that specializes in energy or healthcare or real estate or something of that nature. Those are the sorts of funds that need to be reported under Form 700.
As a result of the work that you did in reviewing and making the corrections, what training or additional oversight do you believe is appropriate and needed moving forward?
I think the whole process of going through and identifying errors on people's Form 700s was probably the best training that could have been possible under the circumstances. The Enterprise Compliance Group reached out to each person that needed an amendment and walked them through the process and explained what the issue was. Going forward, there will continue to be annual reviews of all Form 700s filed by both CalPERS employees and consultants. So at this point, we think that the process of teaching people through real live examples of their own Form 700s has been the best training possible.
And did you receive resistance from any employee or anyone else associated with making corrections?
No, everybody was actually very grateful for us reaching out and they appreciated the additional information and the opportunity to file an amendment.
Great, thank you. Controller Yee, did you mean to have your hands still up? Okay, thank you. Any other comments or discussion from Mr. Asselford on this? Ms. Yee.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just ask with respect to the insurance coverage issue, if I could. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about the types of operational risks that we're seeking to cover? And I guess if you have information about the practice of other pension funds, just curious about that.
Sure, I think that's probably best covered in the next agenda item.
Oh, okay.
For risk and audit. I'm sorry, for the Enterprise Risk Committee.
Got it.
And I should, do we have any public comment with regard to 7A?
Madam Chair, there's no public comment.
All right, thank you. Reminder, do we need a vote or can we move forward to 7B?
No vote is necessary.
All right, then let's go to 7B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you again. Maybe next time in person, hopefully. Committee members, members of the board, Forrest Grimes, CalPERS team. Perhaps we should address Controller Yee's question first before we start. I'd be happy to do that if you'd like.
Please.
So the types of coverages, and again, we have discussed some of our insurance coverages in closed session because we don't want to really give away the keys to the castle, obviously. However, generally, in terms of operating risk type of coverages, we certainly have a cyber policy. We additionally have fiduciary coverage for the fiduciaries of the trusts. And basically, those are the main categories. We have an extensive real assets portfolio of insurance products, obviously, with the magnitude of our insurance portfolio. But those are the main buckets, Controller Yee. If you want me to get into more detail, I could try to, but I think we should probably leave it there for now.
No, appreciate the response. Thank you, Forrest.
Certainly. So item 7B is the 2021-22 Enterprise Risk Management Plan Mid-Year Update. And that item begins on page 107 of your materials. Some highlights of key accomplishments include facilitation of the ALM cycle deliverables through the Asset Liability Management Advisory Committee, completion of the 2021 Annual Risk Assessment and updates to the risk register, profiles, heat map, and developing risk reports provided to this committee last September. Continued partnering with the Enterprise Strategy and Performance Division to integrate risk management into the new strategic plan. Drafting of the information assets data retention policy in collaboration with the Policy Research and Data Analytics Division. Implementation of the Employer Data Request Program in collaboration with the Stakeholder Relations Division. Submittal of CalPERS State Leadership Accountability Act report to the California Department of Finance. And finally, continued review and refinement of CalPERS business insurance program to transfer risks. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it back to you to see if the committee has any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Grimes? Controller Yee? Okay, no. Any other questions or discussion? Mr. Grimes, floor's back to you.
I'm done unless there's anything else, Madam Chair, but thank you for your time.
And thank you. Moving on, we will move to item 7C, which is the third-party valuation and certification of the 2020 CalPERS annual valuations of public agendas. And for that, we will go to Fritzi Archuleta.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Fritzi Archuleta, CalPERS team. Item 7C is an annual information item. During each non-ALM year, an external actuarial firm completes an independent review of valuation results produced by the actuarial office. This year, Buck Global has reviewed the June 30th, 2020 valuations for public agencies. Here today is Mr. David Driscoll from Buck Global to report on the findings of this review.
Thank you. Can we promote Mr. Driscoll?
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you and welcome.
Excellent, thank you very much. Yes, Buck has completed task one of its assignments under contract 2021-9096 for parallel valuation and certification of the actuarial valuations prepared by the CalPERS actuarial office. As Ms. Archuleta noted, this particular task relates to review and parallel valuation for public agency plans. We conducted an examination, including full replication of results, for 20 public agency plans that were valued as of June 30th, 2020 by the actuarial office. Our contract requires us to perform a parallel valuation of the 10 largest public agency plans, plus 10 other plans that are chosen at random using a methodology approved by the actuarial office. The 10 random selections were 3 city or town plans, 3 county plans, and 3 plans that were in the other category, plus 1 risk pool plan was selected. So we have a total of 20 public agency plans that we reviewed. So for each of these, we reviewed the actuarial assumptions used in the valuation and for compliance with actuarial standards of practice that apply to the selection and use of assumptions. We found that the assumptions used were all reasonable under the standards that I mentioned and were selected appropriately. We reviewed the contents of each of the actuarial valuation reports for compliance with actuarial standards of practice that govern the content of the reports. And we found that the content conformed well to all applicable standards of practice. We did have 1 suggestion regarding presentation of historic information in a way that may make it more directly comparable to one of the actuarial assumptions, but that is merely a suggestion. It is not a criticism. Most importantly, of course, we reproduce all of the numerical results shown in the 20 valuations that we reviewed. We were able to match the results produced by CalPERS Actuarial Audit Office very closely. The differences that exist between our numbers and theirs can be seen to be the result of differences in the modeling approach taken in the CalPERS valuation programs from those in the Buck actuarial valuation program. We discerned this by running individual lives both through our system and running them through our system and comparing the results on an individual life basis with those produced by the CalPERS actuarial valuation system. And again, this has the effect of allowing us to diagnose exactly what might be responsible for the minor differences we did observe. And it also helped us to rule out the possibility that we match well in the aggregate, but we're far apart on individual lives. And again, we were able to satisfy ourselves that the differences that do exist between our numbers and CalPERS are simply the result of differences in modeling, and the modeling approaches used in either system would have to be considered reasonable. So in the aggregate, we found that the results of the valuation are sound. The work of the CalPERS Actuarial Office is of very high quality, and we believe that the Risk and Audit Committee and the Board of CalPERS generally can have a great deal of confidence in the results of the valuations that we reviewed. And with that, Madam Chair, I am happy to entertain questions if anybody has any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Driscoll? Mr. Driscoll, just a couple of very procedural questions. Were you given an opportunity to get all of the materials that you desired, and was there any resistance from any CalPERS member in any information that you sought or any discussions that you attempted to engage in?
No, the CalPERS Actuarial Office was very cooperative with us and provided us with everything we requested.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment with regard to item 7C?
Madam Chair, there is no public comment.
All right, thank you. Mr. Driscoll, on behalf of the committee, thank you for your work, and thank everyone at Buck, and Ms. Archuleta, thank you for all your coordination. With that, we will move on to item 7D, which is summary of committee direction. Mr. Asselford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not record any direction from the committee at this point.
All right, thank you. And lastly, we will come to 7E. Mr. Fox, do we have any public comment?
Madam Chair, there are no callers at this time.
And we will adjourn the open session and move as quickly as we can with our technical skills into closed session. Thank you. And we will be adjourning the Risk and Audit Committee meeting. The next Risk and Audit Committee meeting will be held in April and hopefully in Sacramento and in person. Is Mr. Fechner with us?
He is.
Wonderful. What time would you like to begin the Performance Compensation and Talent Management Committee meeting?
How about 11:20? Give us 15 minutes.
All right, we will begin. We will adjourn this meeting. We will take a 15-minute break and hopefully see everyone back at 11:20. Thank you.
going to call the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee to order. The first order of business will be to call the roll, please. Ms. Hopper.
Rob Fechner,
Good morning.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Arena Ortega,
Here.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Shonda Wesley.
Here.
Mr. Chair, all is in attendance for the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee meeting on February 14th, 2022.
Thank you. Brings us to agenda item 2, the election of the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee Chair and Vice Chair. And at this point, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Ms. Ortega for the election of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will entertain nominations for chair.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Fechner for Chair of Performance Compensation and Talent Management.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Is there a second?
I would like to second Mr. Fechner.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. Any other nominations for chair? Any other nominations for chair? Okay, hearing none. Do we have a motion to elect Mr. Fechner as chair of the committee? Moved by Mr. Pacheco. Seconded by Ms. Taylor. Please call the roll.
Madam Chairperson, I understood that the motion was made by Teresa. Is that correct?
I think it was made by Mr. Luis Pacheco.
I think I made the original motion, I guess, is how that works.
And I seconded, I believe.
Sorry. I thought one was a nomination and one was a motion. My confusion.
Okay. Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Arena Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley,
Aye.
and Mr. Chair, again, just a reclarification of who made that motion, who seconded?
The motion, I believe, that Ms. Ortega put forward was made by Mr. Pacheco, seconded by Ms. Taylor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I have all ayes. Motion made by Jose Luis Pacheco, seconded by Teresa Taylor for the election of the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee Chair of Rob Fechner.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my fellow committee members. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Next up is the election of the vice chair of the committee. Do I have any request for nomination? Ms. Taylor.
I'll nominate Ms. Ortega for Vice Chair of PCTM.
Second that.
Mr. Miller, the nomination made by Ms. Taylor. Second nomination made by Mr. Miller. Any other nominations for the office of vice chair? Any other nominations for the office of vice chair? Third and final time, any nominations for the office of vice chair? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a unanimous ballot for Ms. Ortega as vice chair of the committee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Miller. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Ms. Hopper, please call the roll.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Arena Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by David Miller for the election of the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee Vice Chair of Arena Ortega.
Thank you very
aye.
much. Thank you very much. Thank you, and congratulations, Ms. Ortega.
Thank you.
At this point, we are going to move into closed session. We're going to recess the closed session for items 1 through 3 on the closed session agenda, after which we will take our lunch break. So we will be coming back to open session after closed, after lunch. I would assume for those in the audience that are listening, I would assume about 12:45, we should be back done with closed and done with our lunch break. So at this time, the board members will need to exit this open session and connect to the closed session meeting. Thank you. We'll see you on the other side. going to call the meeting back to order. The first order of business would be roll call, please. Ms. Hopper.
Rob Fechner,
Good afternoon.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
David Miller,
Here.
Lorena Ortega. Here. Jose Luis Pacheco,
Present.
Teresa Taylor. Here. Shonda Wesley. Shonda Wesley,
Well, we can see her.
here. Thank
There
you.
we go.
Mr. Chair, I have everyone in attendance for the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee.
Thank you. I want to also say that we're back from closed session. We have nothing to report out of closed session. So we're moving on to agenda item 4, the approval of the February 14th timed agenda. What's the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Miller. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Ms. Hopper.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Lorena Ortega.
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley. Aye. Mr. Chair, I have all ayes. Motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by David Miller for agenda item 4, approval of the February 14th Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee timed agenda.
Thank you. Agenda item 5, executive report, Mr. Hoffner.
Good afternoon, Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. I'd like to congratulate both Mr. Fector and Ms. Ortega for being reelected today, just earlier this morning. Today, we have one action item before the committee. It's the approval of the semi-annual status report on the incentive plan for our Chief Executive Officer. In addition, we also had a request in prior meetings from last year to look at an information item related to compensation review for the statutory positions. Later today, we have 2 consultants from McLaughlin will present this compensation data, highlighting the comparison between the CalPERS current compensation set for statutory positions versus the board-approved comparator groups for these positions. After reviewing that data, your primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, will present findings and observations for consideration and in terms of next steps and get your feedback. But before we proceed, I also want to highlight what to expect in the April Performance Comp and Talent Management Committee meeting. Your Global Governance Advisors is currently in the process of conducting a review of the board's comp policy for the executive investment management positions. This is part of their original work plan, and it's important that the policy is periodically reviewed to ensure alignment with best practices and the organization's strategic goals. And tomorrow we'll be hearing the first reading of our 5-year strategic plan. We anticipate they'll bring forward insights and recommendations in April. They also present the annual review on incentive metrics and any recommendations or adjustments for the fiscal year 22-23. And to prepare for this, they'll also review that 5-year strategic plan document to make appropriate connections and align our goals across the organization. Also, depending on the committee's direction after today's compensation review, GGA will be prepared to return with relevant recommendations in April. And finally, in April, they'll provide an educational session. This is consistent with what they did last year in sort of board education policy. They're working on appropriate themes to align with the work that you're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions at this time. Moving to agenda item 6, the action consent items. We're going to take those separately. So separate the vote between 6A and 6B. What's the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval of 6A?
Been moved by Ms. Taylor, 6A. Is there a second? Mr. Miller. All right. Seeing any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Ms. Hopper.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Lorena Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Abstain.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley. Aye. Mr. Chair, I have 5 ayes, 1 abstention from Jose Luis Pacheco. Motion being made by Teresa Taylor, seconded by David Miller for agenda item 6A, approval of the September 14, 2021 PCTM committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. We're on 6B, review of the Performance Compensation Talent Management Committee delegation. What's the pleasure of the committee? Mr. Pacheco. You're muted, sir.
Sorry, I motioned for it. So that's what I'm doing. Sorry.
Motion by Mr. Pacheco. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by Ms. Ortega. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, Ms. Hopper, please.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Irene Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have all ayes. Motion being made by Jose Luis Pacheco, second by Irene Ortega on agenda item 6B, review of the PCTM committee delegation.
Thank you. Agenda item 7, information consent items, having no request to move anything, and we'll move to item 8. The action agenda item, the semi-annual status reports of the incentive plan of the CEO. Ms. Tucker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. As discussed earlier in closed session, the executive compensation policy requires the CEO to prepare a semi-annual status report on their incentive plan for the committee's review and approval. The purpose is to inform the committee on progress toward achieving plan measures. Presented in attachment 1 is the CEO's semi-annual status report, which covers the time period of July 1st through December 31st, 2021. Ms. Frost is here should you have any questions about her report, and that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Board members, anybody have questions, comments? Seeing none, this is an action item.
I'll move
We have
approval.
a motion from the committee. Ms. Ortega, were you making a motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second? A motion by Ms. Ortega, second by Mr. Miller. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. No, all in
Aye.
favor, Ms. Hopper. I'd rather be in person. Ms. Hopper.
Lisa Middleton,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Irene Ortega,
Aye.
Jose Luis Pacheco,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Shonda Wesley.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I have all ayes. Motion being made by Irene Ortega, seconded by David Miller for agenda item 8A, semi-annual status report on incentive plan of the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9, information agenda item 9A, the comp review for statutory positions. Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hello again, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 9A presents compensation survey data for positions covered by the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions, including the Chief Executive Officer, Chief Actuary, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Health Director, Chief Operating Officer, General Counsel, Chief Investment Officer, and other investment management positions. Maureen Riley and Mike Vossler of McLaughlin are here today to present their review of CalPERS compensation data in comparison to the board's defined comparator groups for executive and investment management positions. The board's primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, has also reviewed the survey data, and Brad Kelly and Peter Landers will provide their analysis and observations to aid the committee in any next steps. I'd also like to let the committee know that although the Chief Health Director position could not be included in today's data review, CalPERS team members will continue to work with Global Governance Advisors to conduct additional research and identify comparable compensation data, which will be brought back to the committee in April. That does conclude my opening remarks, and so I'd like to invite any questions at this time, or if not, I think we can invite Maureen Riley and Mike Vossler to begin their presentation.
I see no comments or requests, so let's begin the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Mike Vossler, an associate partner with McLagan, which is a division of Aon. McLagan sits within Aon's Human Capital Solutions practice. We are solely focused on providing compensation-related assistance within the services industry. And again, I'm joined today with Warren Riley, a director on our team who's been with the organization for 10 years. Just before we jump in, we know that the presentation has been sent as a pre-read to the committee. Just wanted to ask if there were any directed questions that the board would like to ask before we jump into our review.
I see none, so just go into your review.
Perfect, thank you. If we can move to the next slide, please. As mentioned, as you see on the screen here, we have the organization has requested compensation data for the following positions. We've assembled this market data based on our proprietary survey database in accordance with the board approved comparator group, which includes other US public pension plans, Canadian pension plans, as well as private sector asset management organizations. Our benchmarking report includes competitive 25th, 50th, and 75th percentiles for base salary plus cash incentives, and for some of the positions, base salary, cash incentives, and long-term incentives. The results are on the following pages. If we can move to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Based on the combined peer group for the Chief Executive Officer, CalPERS pay positioning is generally slightly below market. So what we are looking at on the slide here, the organization's pay positioning would be in the blue bar, market data would be shown in the gray bar. Going from left to right, we are looking at CalPERS on the left part of each of these bar charts, and then the market data, corresponding market data next to it. For CalPERS, we are also looking at kind of the min, mid, and max from a compensation standpoint. And then again, from the market data, this would be the 25th percentile, median, and 75th percentile. Over on the right-hand side of the page, the salary plus target total compensation, the midpoint for CalPERS at 775 would be around the low quartile of the market, which would be the number you see in the bottom right of 717. If we move forward to the next page, please. When benchmarking now for the Chief Financial Officer, generally a similar story, again, looking at salary plus target incentives, and then salary plus max. You generally see that from a CalPERS positioning standpoint, again, the market data, the bar is generally below the competitive market. If we move to the next slide, please. For general counsel, again, a similar positioning, which is generally consistent throughout our findings and our analysis. And again, this is against the board approved peer group. We generally see that, salaries are, for general counsel, salary is relatively competitive or fairly close to market median, but with the cash incentive and the max opportunity, the organization is trailing the competitive peer universe. Next slide, please. For the Chief Actuarial Officer, again, similar story. The salary is actually a little bit further behind market, where CalPERS salary is more aligned with the low quartile of market. That's the 258 versus the 253. And then again, both for salary plus target and salary plus max, the organization is generally more closely aligned with the bottom quartile for salary plus the incentive opportunities. Next slide, please. For the Chief Operating Officer position, salary is low, the 250 for CalPERS relative to the 287 of low quartile of market. And then the salary plus the incentive opportunities are in the bottom quartile. So some of the other positions that we looked at, they were around the bottom quartile. For the COO position, it actually falls into the bottom quartile with the incentive. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, when we dived a little bit deeper into investment management positions and going from left to right, the associate investment manager position, investment director, the third one, managing investment director, deputy CIO, and CIO. And this is just salary alone. The organization is fairly, well aligned to market just from a salary perspective. So again, CalPERS in blue tends to be at or above market median across that range of investment management positions. Next slide, please. Target total cash versus market total cash. So for the market total cash, this would actually be market actuals from our 2021 survey. So salary plus any sort of cash incentives earned from that competitive peer group. You do see as we kind of move up in terms of seniority for the positions, the pay positioning starts to fall off a little bit as we move kind of left to right. So from the associate investment manager, up through to the CIO position, where the CIO falls in between the median and low quartile. So all the way over to the right, the 1132 in gray for CalPERS, falling in between the 1069, the just shy of 1.1 million, and the 1.750 for market total cash. Again, this would be actual information from calendar 2020 from competitor organizations that would have been supplied to our 2021 compensation surveys. So this is a little bit of a look back, given that the incentives make up a big portion of pay within the asset management industry. Next slide, please. Maximum total cash versus still again, the market total cash. You do see that with the exception of the CIO position, the pay positioning does improve to market if at each of these different positions, they were to max out from an incentive standpoint. I will pause there. Again, are there any questions? I know we're kind of moving fairly quickly through each of these slides.
I still see no questions.
Perfect. Next slide, please. For still sticking with the investment management positions, this is target total compensation versus actual market total compensation from the board approved comparator group. And as you see, the pay positioning is generally at or below market as we move up in seniority for the positions within the investment management division. Next slide, please. And one more slide, please. For the public fund peer group, this is going back to CEO now. We do see that the pay positioning is a bit better when just looking at other public fund organizations. So this is not the same board approved peer group. That would actually be a combination of both public organizations as well as private sector firms. Next slide, please. Sticking with that public fund peer group for the CFO, it is generally in line. So again, CalPERS generally at or around median across the different compensation elements of salary, salary plus target, and salary plus max opportunity. Next slide, please. General counsel, similar findings as the chief financial officer that we just looked at, where CalPERS is generally at or around or even above market, especially on the salary plus max opportunity. Next slide, please. Similar story for the chief actuarial officer, where CalPERS is well positioned to market. Again, from a salary plus target, and salary plus max opportunity standpoint. And next slide, please. For the COO position, still generally pretty good. Salary is a little bit off market compared to that public fund peer group, but salary plus target and salary plus max are at or around market median against those two views of compensation. And next slide, please. When compared to just the private sector peer group, CalPERS would be well into the bottom quartile for CEO position. This is a consistent finding across salary, salary plus target, salary plus max, and salary plus target total comp opportunity. Next slide, please. For the private sector peer group for CFO, salary is actually closer to market. It's still a bit below, but in the salary plus target and salary plus max opportunity falling well into the bottom quartile. Next slide, please. General counsel, similar to the CFO findings, so it was consistent between the public fund peer group and the private sector peer group, where salaries are kind of approximate that low quartile, but the salary plus target and salary plus max well into the bottom quartile versus the private sector peer group. Next slide, please. Chief Actuarial Officer, a similar story, but the salary being a little bit further off market. So the salary falling into the bottom quartile, and then similar for salary plus target and salary plus max, where it would be in the bottom quartile for CalPERS. Next slide, please. For COO, similar to the previous role that we just looked at, salary falling behind market, and from a total salary plus target and salary plus max, also well into the bottom quartile. Next slide, please. And here, these were some other data points that were analyses that were pulled together. So for the chief operating investment position, salary actually in line with market, salary plus target total cash falling into the bottom quartile, the salary plus max total cash opportunity falling into the third quartile, so below median, but above the 25th percentile, and a similar positioning for the salary plus target total comp, where it was below median, but above the 25th percentile. Next slide, please. These are the different peer groups for the board approved comparator group. So you see for the public sector, we're looking at leading US public funds, leading Canadian public funds, as well as California-based agencies. There's the combined peer group. And within the for-profit sector, we are looking at banks and insurance companies. So again, this would be the likes of a Morgan Stanley, a Goldman Sachs, and their asset management businesses. Insurance companies would have the likes of a Prudential, a Voya, other organizations that would be managing assets for the organization. Next slide, please. For the California-based agencies, we have a list here of the organizations that are included. And next slide, please. Within the public sector, this is a combination of both US and Canadian public funds. And these are leading public funds, we should add. Next slide, please. In the investment management peer group, you're going to have, again, a mix here of US public funds, Canadian public funds, as well as leading endowments and foundations and corporate plan sponsors. The information on the right shows the assets under management as of the end of 2020. This peer group also would include advisory firms, banks, and insurance companies with assets under management between 100 and 500 billion. So large organizations with a fairly significant investment population. Next slide, please. Okay, I think that's the end of it. I would like to turn it back over to the committee to answer any questions related to kind of the market data exercise.
Thank you. Any committee members have any questions or comments for the McLaughlin folks? Seeing none, Ms. Tucker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I think we can bring forward our Global Governance Advisors, Peter Landers and Brad. Brad Kelly, if they're available to be promoted. Sorry, Brad.
No worries, no worries. Thank you
No
very
worries.
much. Thank you, Michelle, and welcome to all the new and old members of the committee today. As the principal advisors for your board on compensation matters, we've been asked to take a look at the data provided by McLaughlin and provide you with some initial insight in what the board and the committee should be thinking about going forward. We like McLaughlin's data. We've worked with them in the past on a couple projects, and by no means do we question their data. They have a really good, robust database in this sector, and definitely it's good data to use and to draw conclusions from. So that being said, one of the key things that we pointed out is that when you look at some of the gaps that Peter's going to walk you through, it is our understanding that it's been a number of years since you've done a benchmarking exercise like this, which is most likely one of the principal reasons why we've come to some of the conclusions and observations that we're going to be presenting. So Peter's going to walk you through our findings, but one of the things that we'll be asking, and one of the things that Doug pointed out the beginning of the session, is that we'll be looking to this committee for some direction on next steps and where we'd like to go. One thing that we're recommending is that we provide adjusted ranges for the compensation, the base salary and the incentive levels to better align with market, and then also strategically walk through some various options that the committee may want to consider and how they would like to potentially make some adjustments. So that being said, I'd like to ask Peter to go through the observations, or if anyone has some initial questions before we get into it, so we'd be happy to address those questions as well.
I see no questions yet.
This is a very streamlined meeting. We love this. Okay, so I'll pass it over to Peter Landers. Thank you.
Perfect. If we can switch to the next slide, please. So these are just, overview of the findings. If we can move to the next slide. And next slide after that, sorry. Perfect. So, just like McLaughlin, we looked at a variety of executive and investment positions. And that's where, our observations and findings have come from today, namely the executives and then a variety of different investment positions. We can move to the next slide, please. So our role really to highlight the key findings and then providing recommendations on potential adjustments. That's our key role as the primary consultant. For this specific meeting, we note that we're really just talking about some key findings, and then we will rely on the committee to really give us direction on how you would like to proceed. But it is our intention that if the committee so desires, we can come forward at the April meeting with some recommended compensation adjustments and some alternatives on how we could potentially, close some of the gaps that are observed in the data. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. So just a reminder again of the comparator groups used. So there is some slight nuances between the executive management and the investment management positions, but I think it's important to realize that in both situations, the approved peer group is a mixed or a blended peer group of both public sector as well as private sector peers. There are some nuances in terms of the executive positions having some California-based agencies included in there, and then on the investment side, including things like endowment funds and things like that. But it is a mixture, and what we feel is a representative mixture of the comparative market that you would be looking to recruit and retain talent within and from. And also, I'll point out that we had conducted some interviews last year as part of a compensation sort of philosophy and strategy review exercise. And while it was acknowledged that it is tough to find specific peers for CalPERS, there was no material concerns with the historical approach that had been used. And coming from the outside, working with a variety of different pension funds, both in the US as well as in Canada, we can say that most pension funds will use this broader approach looking at a mixture of, public sector, public pension fund peers, but also knowing that they are, competing against the private sector, also will do some private sector comparisons. So we feel that a blended peer group is the right approach to really assess how you stack up in the marketplace. If we can move to the next slide, please. So our definition of market competitiveness is looking at that combined peer group, so the mixture of public sector as well as private sector peers, and looking at the median of that market. So the median being our justification of, that is competitive or not. And we've actually used a range, given, a lot of the different considerations out there, not just the market data, but also things like geographical pay differentials and things like that. And so we've established a range of plus minus 10% from the median to really assess whether you're in line and competitive, or if there is a gap that needs to be closed. And just as a reminder, total cash compensation, when we use that terminology, that is your salary plus your annual incentive that is currently offered at CalPERS. And then total compensation, when we speak to that, is salary plus annual incentive plus your long-term incentive. So just clarifying that when we go through some of the findings, that's what we're referring to. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Perfect. So at a high level, when we looked at the data, and I think McLaughlin quickly went through it with you as well, most of the salary ranges were pretty competitive. There were some exceptions at the executive management and investment management level, and we'll highlight those on the following slides. But in general, salaries tended to be pretty competitive with the marketplace. Where we saw the biggest gap was at the total cash and the total compensation level. And to us, what that sort of summarizes for us is that the annual and the long-term incentive opportunity levels might be a little bit misaligned at CalPERS when you're looking at the marketplace. And so it's not necessarily that fixed base salary for the role, it is more the incentive opportunity that is causing that gap to market. So keep that in mind as we move forward. And this is something that doesn't surprise us. Brad had mentioned our understanding that it had been several years, I think 5, 6, 7, 8 years, since you've done a more formalized, full-blown study like this. And so what we have noticed in that time frame is more and more pension funds and other organizations, for that matter, getting more and more comfortable with at-risk incentive pay. And therefore, when making adjustments in pay levels, beginning to make more of those adjustments in the form of at-risk incentive pay, as opposed to through fixed base salary range increases. And so that, to us, explains a lot of the reasoning why we might be seeing some of the gaps that we're seeing between CalPERS and the marketplace. And it's something that we would definitely, if desired from this committee, would come back in April and provide a couple of different alternatives on how we could position that accordingly so that you remain competitive with the marketplace on both a salary but also from an incentive compensation level. One other finding before we move onward is we did note that for certain executive management positions, long-term incentive data, as sort of surmised from total compensation figures, were not provided as part of the McLaughlin report. And so it does limit our ability to really analyze the full gap to market for roles such as the CFO, COO, system actuary, those types of things. And so while these roles aren't necessarily currently eligible for long-term incentive at CalPERS, we would suggest as a market best practice, it would be good for the committee to really get a sense of what the total compensation for those roles is in the marketplace. So adding in that long-term incentive component to the market data so that we can fully analyze the full gap that may exist to the marketplace. And while it most likely will not be nearly as large as potentially for a deputy CIO or an investment level position, it still is important for this committee and the board to understand what that gap potentially is, and then be able to make corresponding decisions on any adjustments it feels is necessary to get total compensation at CalPERS more in line with the total compensation in the marketplace. So that is something that stood out to us as your primary consultant. That is something I think for this committee to consider whether you should ask for some additional information to be provided for these roles, to do a more apples to apples comparison for these roles as compared to other roles within CalPERS. Next slide, please. So for the executive management positions, we've basically summarized at a high level our views on the competitiveness of pay. And you'll notice, our definition of competitiveness is plus minus 10% of the median. And so you'll see the cells highlighted in green represent roles that are within that 10% of median. And then roles that are not shaded in green are where we are seeing the information fall outside of that 10% range. So falling more than 10% below the median. So you can see, 2 of the 5 roles being within that 10% range, and then 3 of them falling slightly outside of that level. If we move to the next slide, please. This is where we've tried to quantify some of these gaps to the marketplace. And so you can see, the largest gaps from a salary perspective being the CFO, the COO, and the chief actuary. So, falling slightly below the marketplace there. But really what we're doing, highlighting in the red box, the total cash and the total compensation slides, is that's where you're seeing the most material misalignments to market. And you're seeing, salaries for some roles that are quite competitive with the marketplace, all of a sudden falling well below the median of that combined peer group, that public sector and private sector peer group. And so this speaks to us to say the gap doesn't seem to be as much from a salary perspective, but it seems to be more so driven by lack of competitiveness on the incentive opportunity level, the short and or the annual incentive, as well as the longer term incentive. So you can see some of the gaps to the market ranging, a total cash between the negative 24% and negative 50% for these roles. And again, this isn't looking at the incumbents in the roles, but looking more so at CalPERS policy, the midpoint policy and midpoint of the range for these roles. If we can move to the next slide, please. On the investment management positions, very similar table that we've shown to the one for executive positions, but you can see a lot more of the investment management positions being competitive, i.e. within 10% of the median from a salary perspective. The only one falling below that being the associate investment manager position. But you notice as we go to the right, when we look at total cash compensation and total compensation, all of them pretty much falling more than 10% below the median. If we can move to the next slide, please. And this is again where we've tried to quantify some of the differences. So you can see quite competitive salaries when compared to the midpoint of the marketplace outside of that associate investment manager who is just below 10% below the median. But you can see the material gaps that start to result from a total cash and total compensation perspective. And you'll note that a lot of these gaps are larger than even for the executive management positions. And this is because incentive pay, at-risk incentive pay, both annual as well as long-term incentive, tends to make up more of the pay package, especially at the more senior investment level positions like CIO, like deputy CIO, what have you. And so again, our suspicion, and I think the data supports this, is it is more so the lack of incentive compensation, or not the lack of, but maybe a lower than market incentive opportunity that seems to be driving the full gap to the marketplace. And so that is something that, if requested by this committee, we can look into and provide in April some potential adjustments that could be made to get some of these numbers more in line with that market median that we're observing. Next slide, please. So in terms of those next steps, I think it's, for this committee to review with us, GGA, as well as McLaughlin, the key findings around the competitiveness of compensation, and then if requested, happy to come forward with some adjustments if requested by this committee. And with that, I'll defer to the committee if there are any questions. Happy to address them at this time.
All right, thank you. Thank you to both McLaughlin and GGA for a great presentation, good information. Feedback from the committee members. Anybody have any comments or questions? Ms. Ortega.
I have a question. I don't know if it's better for GGA or McLaughlin, but about the peer group information on the incentives and whether or not we have information about incentives that are actually awarded versus just what the target is.
So this is Maureen from McLagan. I'll just jump in on what the market data is. The market data is salary, cash incentives, and where we included total compensation, long-term incentives granted for that performance year. So in the market, it's not looking at targets or maximum incentive opportunities, it's actual compensation that was granted to the individuals for that performance year.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report, both reports. They were very detailed. I'm curious as to where we can go, and I guess this would go to GGA. You had said that you can give us some options to move forward to bring it more in line. But I guess my concern is, there was an article that brought out the difference in between us and across the river folks. But, how do we go about this? Are we looking at base salary? Are we looking at a little of both of the bonus and base salary to bring us up more in line? Because some of this is really the difference is huge. Like the CIO is negative 43%. Yeah, they're pretty big. So I'd like to see us get more in line, a little bit more in line. I understand we're a state agency and we have some constraints, but.
So great question, Ms. Taylor. I'll address this in two ways. So there are a couple of different approaches that, depending on the philosophy of this committee and the board, could make a lot of sense. So one is to say we're generally comfortable with the salaries that we have, outside of maybe a few adjustments for those roles that might be a little bit misaligned. But we want to, reduce this gap largely through at-risk incentive pay. And we can do that, more than likely, we would probably try to do that through a mixture of both the annual as well as the longer term incentive opportunity levels. So we wouldn't necessarily weight it more on one than the other. But that's one way of looking at it. So we're putting more of the pay at risk, meaning that if performance doesn't warrant, then ultimately the individuals won't earn as much as what the opportunity level is. So it's very much tying pay to performance. We have seen other, I would say, public agencies, public sector, quasi-public sector organizations say, we want to take a more conservative approach. We don't necessarily want to put too much more at risk, and we're actually more comfortable increasing the base salary levels for these roles. That is another approach that is valid. I wouldn't necessarily say that's ours at GGA's preferred approach, but that is an approach that we can definitely bring forward, where we would adjust some of the salaries, keep the incentive opportunities about the same, and move those fixed salaries up. What will then happen, of course, though, is those salaries will get, for those that are above already the median, they'll get further and further above the median of the market. So there are pros and cons that we're happy to bring forward as part of that April discussion. But those are your two most likely scenarios, is doing one of those two approaches And then, yeah, I guess a third could be blending the two, but our approach would be to put it more at risk through the incentive opportunity levels. But, we'll definitely bring forward some different alternatives so that this committee can, have a good discussion and figure out the approach that works best for the board and for the committee.
And if I could add just one point to Peter's answer there, Ms. Taylor, when you're benchmarking against the market, one of the reasons why Peter pointed out that the exclusion of long-term incentives or the total compensation data point for some of the executive positions is something that we're interested in learning more about, is because our philosophy is you always need to be comparing the total opportunity within the role to what's being offered in the market. So the way we approach it is it's comparing apples to apples. If you're not comparing the full opportunity that's being offered to your peers, then you're discounting the opportunity, and therefore you may be way off base. And the last thing you want to do is to suddenly be reminded of that delta to market when you have an attrition problem. And so we want to make sure that you're armed with the right data and really comparing the opportunity that's offered within CalPERS and the opportunity that's offered within CalPERS. When the articles first hit the media with regard to the public level compensation and the comparison to your sister organization, we understand the comparison there. As you know, we're advisors for both. But what we want to make sure that you're not just competitive with the institution across from you, but you're also competitive to the broader market at play.
So, yes, and I appreciate that. One other thing to go with that, if you're saying that you're comparing, that you'd prefer to compare total market rather than the base salary plus total market, right? That makes sense, because then you're looking at a more realistic what's actually occurring, where the base salary, there's only a couple of positions that are within range anyway, but it still puts us way at the bottom when you do total market. So I think it's important that we do the comparison of total market to get where we need to get. But yeah, I don't know if we should do both ways or what. That's up to the board.
And we'll provide you options. We won't just come forward with one clear recommendation. We'll give you a number of defensible recommendations and our rationale as to why we're bringing them forward the way we are. And ultimately, we're going to leave it up to this committee and to the board to determine what course of action they'd like to take.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton.
Thank you. One question I have as I'm looking at this data is, are you able to take and place a value on the pension that individuals who are working for CalPERS and other public entities versus private entities are able to earn?
So from a McLagan perspective, we have looked into that in the past and with Aon to try to put a total, just a total reward number on there, including benefits as well. But just because of how different it is at each firm and per person and firm, depending on what they put into it, and then at other firms where they might be able to put their own money into it, it's just too hard to quantify to get an actual number that would make sense and would be apples to apples for CalPERS to the market.
Would that change if you were comparing only to public entities?
I would have to check on that. We would have to go out and collect all that information. And if they're able to even give it to us, that can be something we could look further into to see if we would be able to do something like that.
All right, thank you.
The only thing I'll add from the GGA side is we have worked in the past with organizations that have asked for similar types of analyses, pension funds in particular, because there is obviously the view that there is a value to the pension. And while it definitely does help a little bit, in terms of the competitiveness, what you actually find out is really the biggest movers and the biggest levers in terms of that compensation opportunity are sort of the salary, the annual, and the longer term incentives. The pension, at the end of the day, while it makes a difference, doesn't close that much of the gap, if any, when we've seen these types of analyses done in the past. So, that's definitely something, McLaughlin, I think, could definitely look into, but I don't think it's going to fundamentally change the gaps that we're observing. It might improve it by 2 or 3% or something like that, but I don't think it's going to be like a 20 or 30% impact. Based on I'm more thinking anecdotally of other sort of studies we've seen on these types of things for investment management and executive level roles in the past.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. The other data point that I found myself really interested in when looking at this data is stability, turnover, the extent to which organizations are able to promote from and develop from within, and what connection there is of these salary and compensation levels to that kind of internal stability of an organization.
So it's funny that you mentioned that. I am actually sending out a turnover study that CalPERS will actually receive to participate in. Latest after this call, they'll receive an email from me to participate in. We're sending it out to all asset managers, private sector, alternatives, public funds, endowments, foundations, corporate plan sponsors. So in about 2 months, we'll be able to have more information regarding that topic.
That's great.
I know that's something that your competing organization across the river is also looking into right now with some of the work they're doing around turnover and the level of turnover in their ranks and what effect that has and what effect compensation has on those turnover statistics. So that's great that McLaughlin, I think, is running that study right now. I think that'll be some very valuable insights for this committee.
Thank you. Lastly, a comment. I know that it makes sense for us to include in the overall peer group private organizations, but it is other public entities, other institutional investors that I still believe are our primary peer group that we need to compete with. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much, Brad and Peter, for the report. It's very insightful. I wanted to ask a question about the at-risk incentive pay, and just in terms of other public pensions in the United States and North America or Canada that are utilizing this. Is this a trend utilizing versus vis-a-vis the fixed base salary increase? If you can give me your insight onto that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Great question, Mr. Pacheco. Definitely annual incentives. If you look at those leading funds that are included in your peer group, pretty much any leading fund across North America, the annual incentive has become pretty standard in terms of being a part of the pay packages. When we look at the long-term incentive, when you look at your leading Canadian funds, all of those funds have adopted a long-term incentive. That long-term incentive typically is made eligible to investment staff, as well as, I would say, most, if not all, of the executive level staff as well. In the US, definitely the trend is trailing behind Canada on that specific piece. So if you look at the long-term incentive, CalPERS is definitely more of a market leader. You are really the first mover on this. I can say, because it's public knowledge, that CalSTRS is currently working through it's sort of all the different pieces in terms of looking at putting in place a long-term incentive program. They're hoping to have something done relatively soon on that, although we're still working through some details with them. So definitely on the long-term incentive piece, I would say half of those institutional investors, your pension funds and your peer group, would have a long-term incentive, those Canadian funds. The US ones would not. CalSTRS potentially is bringing one in. relatively soon. So you are a bit of a leader in that regard. But if you look at the private sector as a whole, the majority of those would have a longer term incentive as well. And so I think that's why you're seeing some of those larger gaps to the market, is that in the private sector, the long-term incentive does make up a larger and larger portion of the pay. And I think that's about when we come forward with any recommendations, if requested, we will try and take that into account as well in terms of the impact that the private sector is having on those results. But overall, I think we applaud CalPERS really for being a first mover and moving on the long-term incentive piece, because that is something in the United States with some of the larger funds that sticks out as being a potential detriment in trying to bring in some specialized talent, whether it's in private equity, whether it's in real estate, and other different areas. They're going to want, those talent are really used to receiving a package of salary, annual as well as longer term incentives. So being able to offer that kind of package should be a good differentiator for a CalPERS when you're comparing yourselves to other leading US funds. And it just puts you more in line with the Canadian funds who've been moving a little bit faster in that regard.
Thank you very much for that question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I see no other requests to speak. Either McLaughlin or GGA, anything else you want to add?
Nope, nothing on our end. Just look forward to hearing about any next steps and any requests from this committee. And we look forward to speaking about this and a few other items at the April meeting.
Well, thank you. From my perspective, I think, information is key. So the more information we have to make an informed decision is always better. So, I think continue down the line you're on. Let's get all that LTIP information, find out where we actually fall. We may not make any changes, but at least we'll have educated information in order to make our decisions. Mr. Hoffner, anything you can add?
Only that what you said, Mr. Chair, I think is just gathering that additional information. We'll work with McLaughlin and with GGA to bring back some additional information. And that'll be part of then building upon their educational session and then presenting this committee and board with different options and data to for you to decide to make a decision or not on in the near future.
Great, thank you. Anybody else any on this topic? Seeing none, I know that was a lot of information, and I know that especially McLaughlin was probably getting a little nervous. There were no questions. That either means nobody read the materials or they read all of it and were well prepared. And I'm voting on the latter. So I think that you did a good job in giving us the information, and the folks have done their homework and were prepared to ask the questions they thought they needed. So thank you to all four of you for presenting, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
That'll bring us to agenda item. Excuse me. Go right ahead. All right, that takes us to agenda item 9B. Mr. Hoffner.
I didn't have anything else to add, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Just was a summary of committee direction. You didn't have anything other than what we just discussed. So
correct.
That brings us to 9C, public comment. I do understand we have a caller that wishes to weigh in. Mr. Fox?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, J.J. Zelensic.
Hi, this is J.J. Jelensic again. I'm speaking for myself. As many of you know, I have been a longtime proponent of incentive compensation, but need to remind you that it is important that you closely examine what it is you incentivize. You're going to get what you pay for, so make sure that you're actually saying we're going to pay for the things we value. I will give an example that suggests maybe there needs to be some more refinement. The chief investment officer received a incentive compensation of 80% of base salary last year. And yet the portfolio underperformed the benchmark by over 40 basis points. So you really need to say, what are we incentivizing and does it make sense? Are we incentivizing the behavior we want? And I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fox?
Mr. Chairman, that concludes public comment on the topic.
Very good. Thank you very much. With that, we've come to the end of our agenda, and this meeting will be adjourned. We will see you tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.